Good evening, everyone. I call the regular meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. May we please have a roll call?
Yes, Board Member Aaron Simonton,
Present.
Board Member Norma Gonzalez. Present. Board Member Patrice Sancioni.
Present.
Board Member Dolores Rivera.
Here.
Board Member Dina Flores. Here. Student Board Member Victoria Ceja.
Here.
Student Board Member Italia Mancia.
Here.
Interim Superintendent Dr. Julie Harrison. Here. Susan Ibarra. Here. Tamika Lee Nolasco.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a quorum. Approval of the agenda of the regular board meeting of June 9th, 2026. Is there a motion to approve?
So move. Seconded.
Motion by Ms. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Stanzioni. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye, the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Preliminary items, Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Harrison, would you mind inviting our guests this evening?
Yes, thank you. At this time, I would like to introduce Miss Monique Guerrero, teacher extraordinaire from Bassett High School, who has a very special guest with her tonight for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, everybody. At this moment, we would like to have you guys please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Put your hand over your heart. Put your hand over your heart.
Ready? Ready?
Ready?
Begin. Ready, begin.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
For the speakers.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Spectacular Coffee for Bassett High School for joining us this evening. It's much appreciated. We'll now move on to student board member comments. Whenever you're ready.
We didn't get any.
Oh, no?
Right there.
Oh, yes, and that's what you would be presented for.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Ramir, did you want us to study?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. This school year, I noticed a shift from the beginning. The behavior was at its all-time best and our test scores were amazing. And I believe that couldn't have happened without the support of our board. Every other administration at our school. The amount of support and dedication from each of you is incredible. Every school event, I have always seen one of you present, and that support does not go unnoticed by our students. And that's like what we need. That's what makes a difference in our school. And so I'm incredibly thankful for each and every one of you and every administration at our school. And I'm super grateful for that. And I'm super excited for this upcoming year. So once again, thank you guys. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I would like to reflect on the growth that we have achieved both within our high school and in our community, as our students have shown reaching milestones in classrooms, on the field, and through behavior, as well in many other ways. I would like to thank the board for all their support and the hard work they have put in for our students and for our community, making sure we succeeded. Serving in this board has allowed me to witness the dedication of our staff and the passion of our student body and towards the community. And I look forward to continuing working together to create a better environment where every student has opportunity to thrive and accomplish. And once again, thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Don't sit down. I think we can go to student board member recognitions. Dr. Harrison, would you mind leading us?
Yes, thank you. Ladies, if you wouldn't mind coming back up to the front.
Sorry, I realized too late.
So, and the board is aware, this is the last meeting of the year that we have these two lovely young leaders who are doing more than just sitting at the dais with us on a monthly by monthly basis, but they're actually leading in their school and in their community. And we wanted to have a token of gratitude for you tonight, so I have a little something for each of you. But more than anything, I just wanted to say thank you for your leadership on the school site. I've been to the site many a times and met with you and really heard about what you want to see at the school and what you need. And I have to tell you, the two of you are the most balanced. Your perspective on how things are working and what you want to see at your school you really get it. Very mature, and we can rely on your advice and the direction you want us to go in. You're very trustworthy and you're kind and you bring the culture to the school. So when the students are there, they know like they have a place to be, and you're going to make sure that everybody feels at home and welcome. And that's such a gift because not everybody can be that mature at the age that you are. Now, we know you're coming back next year because you'll both be the president and vice president one more year, and we're so excited to have you back one more year leading us and leading your school. But we do have something just to commemorate your work with us this year. So I'd like to present these two photos to you. And Victoria, this is gonna be my left hand. Do this back move. So Fabia, you, my dear. Thank you so much. I hope you like old time.
Should we get a picture if possible?
Yeah, let's get a picture.
Get back in the middle. And Dr. Harrison, Alexandra, Cabinet, would you mind joining us as a
Sure.
big team, please?
Do you want to go and with them?
Oh, yeah, that'd be
Sure,
lovely.
yeah, I'll see if I can not block. Stand by me.
We're a big team.
Okay. Ready, 3, 2. Perfect.
Can I get it too really quickly? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Thank you.
No.
You're gonna watch.
If I could start from here, maybe we go down just to share a brief words, but I'm Victoria Thalia, Madam President, Madam Vice President. Thank you as someone who used to be in your seat as a student board member at Bassett High School myself. Thank you for serving this year and looking forward to serving again next year. Starting the school year next year with you both. I am really, really excited to see what you make of it. I think I explained last board meeting where there was a student board member a couple years ago who was elected president as a junior, got reelected as a senior, and that second year really took the opportunity to make the role what it is. And you both talked about or acknowledged the change in the school climate. I think that's promising, but as we are all very aware, there's always room for improvement. So please use that voice that you have, that your fellow classmates interested in you, and please come to this board. However we could support you, we'd love to hear it. But for now, congratulations on this year. Enjoy your summer, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
The same, just thank you, just to watch you girls shine and run into you at events and know that not only did the student body entrust you with these positions once, but twice is amazing. That means that you're doing it right. So congratulations, and I look forward to another year with you next year.
Thank you.
At first, I was really surprised that they would reelect somebody, but that just shows their confidence in you. And I can't wait to see how you flourish your second year. And it'll be exciting to watch you grow even more this year. You're so grown up, you're sitting there now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being our representatives at the high school and for letting us know what the students want and you taking it back to them. The information that is very eye-opening, that the students have a lot of, are aware of a lot of things, and that you took a lot of the things and brought them to us. So thank you for that. And you have grown a lot, and good to see you. Looking forward for next year.
Thank you.
Another year.
What can I say, baby? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for serving on the board. I know it's commitment, it's dedication. I really do appreciate you bringing to us everything that's happening on the campus. You are the liaison that helps keep us informed on what's going on, and it's now to see. I'm excited and looking forward to the next year. So you're stuck with me again. So, but thank you so much. Your persistence has really paid off. Enjoy your summer. Have fun, and come back ready to work. And please bring your ideas. Bring your ideas. If you want to change it up a little, let us know. Please, thank you.
And for the Academy academic recognition, Dr. Harrison, would you mind inviting our guests this evening?
Yes, thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Marco Leal, our proud principal of Edgewood Academy, to come on in and bring in his esteemed guests that he'll be introducing to you tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Here.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good evening, Board of Education, Board President, Mr. Aaron Cimentel, District Admin, Bassett Community. So I am here today to talk about two of our recognitions that we received this school year at Edgewood Academy. So Edgewood Academy is proud to present and be recognized by the Educational Resource Partnership Honor Roll School and as a California Schools to Watch. The ERP, Educational Results Partnership Honor Roll, recognizes high-performing schools that demonstrate student achievement and success in closing the achievement gaps among student groups. This distinction highlights schools that consistently help students achieve strong academic outcomes. The California Schools to Watch and National Schools to Watch is a nationally recognized program that identifies academic excellence, developmentally responsive, socially equitable, and organized support for the unique needs of our students. Schools earn this designation through a rigorous application and review process that showcases not only our innovative practices, positive school culture, and a commitment to continuous improvement. These prestigious recognitions reflect the dedication of our students, our staff, some of which is here today, our families, and our community that foster a culture of high expectations, innovation, and excellence for our learners. So today with me, I have part of my instructional leadership team. And we can't do what we do at Edgewood Academy without these fearless leaders on our campus and without the support of the school district and the Board of Education. So we want to thank you for that. Can I introduce them? Okay. All right. So we have a little something for you guys. You didn't know this part. Ms. Julie Chen.
That's right.
Mr. Daniel Munoz. Ms. Jody Reese. Ms. Doris Pippin. And Ms. Christine Lenata. If I can just say a couple of words about my leadership team at Edgewood. One thing that I appreciate about them, they each bring a unique trait to our leadership team. And whether it's, telling me how it is, just being blunt and upfront, or looking at the data, considering, because we are a TK through 8 school, so considering all of the grade spans, right? Not only what's best for middle school, but what's best for elementary or vice versa. Looking at and thinking about things that I may not see because I have a focus of a site administrator, right? But thinking about the community, a lot of the history. So a lot of our teachers at Edgewood Academy have a long history in the district and at Edgewood Academy. So keeping that in mind, but also looking at things that we can improve on, right? So I definitely want to thank each and every one of you for contributing to the team and making our school and our community much better. Thank you. We're gonna ask you guys to come on over. We're gonna take a quick picture. Yes.
Go right on the curve and then we'll have our Board of Education stand for.
Well, I'm talking.
This is why we need a bigger boardroom.
Let's do this angle.
Gonna do it.
Yeah.
We should take that. We should-
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Wait, don't move.
Oh, TV, that's smart. Sorry, I thought she was gonna.
Yeah.
Okay, good. We're good, we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
To be very brief, because I know we have a lot of us today, but I want to say thank you to all of you for coming tonight. I myself am not an educator, but as someone who grew up in this community, I thank you all for everything you do. Just from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything at Edgewood.
Yes, you guys know I love you. There, I know you know, Principal Leal, that, your staff is amazing. And probably the reason why I'm here, because they pushed me to go back to school. And so, thank you. And trust me, we see how amazing your work is. And thank you.
I have to say, oh, go ahead, please. It takes an outstanding leader to listen to and to collaborate with outstanding teachers. They are the toughest people to deal with. But you are doing a splendid job. Whenever you publish anything, I'm commenting on it because I look at it. I look forward to everything you're doing. You're growing, you're stretching, you're becoming the excellent school that even more so every year. And that's attributed to good leadership, whether it's you as the teachers or as your top leader here. I cannot say enough about it. And I was talking to him about it before the meeting. I should have stayed teaching there when I was teaching there in 1988.
My teacher there.
I was her teacher there. Kind of scary, huh? But congratulations to all of you. I will probably come and pick your brains because we always learn as teachers from each other, especially the best. Thank you.
What could I say about Edgewood, my home away from home? All my kids went through Edgewood and they had these wonderful teachers at one time or another. And the committee that built, which I was part of, that made the academy, this is what we were hoping for and this is what we were waiting for. So thank you for bringing the dream come true, making the dream come true. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Wow, this is really great. And your team is absolutely fabulous. There's an expression out there, says alone we'll go faster, but together we'll go farther. And this team, look at what you've done. Gosh, 2 recognitions, a schools to watch and an honor roll school. This is fabulous. I'm excited. This is our first step forward. Here we go. Watch out, everybody. Bassett's coming. And my flagship dream is going to happen. Okay, it'll be a flagship district. Okay. Thank you. Congratulations for all you do.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. We'll now go and celebrate our spectacular cafe recognition. Dr. Harrison, would you mind inviting our next guest?
Yeah, I'd be honored. At this time, I'd like to bring up Dr. Maldonado Rios, who is going to tell you a little bit about a very incredible program that has been growing and changing over the last 2 years. And we wanted to honor them tonight. So take it away.
Good afternoon, Board of Education, Superintendent Harrison, and of course our wonderful board members, student board members, cabinet. So I'm here on behalf of Bassett High School to honor the Spectacular Cafe. It is a group that is headed by 2 of our staff members and a whole contingency of other staff members, and they really have taken like an idea and built a whole business model out of it. And our students have learned so much, being able to prepare coffee twice a week for our staff, going out to different places to go prepare coffee. And they've learned a lot of life skills about what it is to run a business, how to do customer service, and really empower them to be able to do more, right? To be able to do more in life. So we're super proud of them, and we're super proud of our staff who has been able to really move this work forward. And we also wanted to acknowledge everybody tonight for all that. And next year, we're adding a little bit of a CTE component with some of our general education students. So it'll be a business class, co-running with our general ed students and with our special education students to kind of bridge that gap and really take that business to the next level. Luckily for us, we have a wonderful teacher named Ms. Guerrero, who's willing to take on CTE credentials and everything we ask her to do. So we're really excited about the future of the Spectacular Cafe. So at this time, I'm gonna start to bring up first all of our students. So students, as you hear your name, please come up as so you can be acknowledged. Okay, the first student that we are going to acknowledge is Alan Aguilera Arellano. He's not here, but we're still gonna acknowledge him. Our next student we're gonna acknowledge is also not here. Oh, is he here? Israel?
Yes,
Oh, he's
he's
not
here.
Israel, sorry. Israel? Oh, he's not. This is your award. You're gonna stand right here. Okay, right here, okay? Then we're gonna take a picture, okay? Okay, and then our next student, Michelle Rincon, our future manager for next year. Our next student who's also not here, but we still want to acknowledge her, is Patty Miller. Our next student, Alberto Farias Ramos. And last. Our next student is Christopher Peña. Now, is Leo out there? Tell her to come in. Leo, come in. Leo? She's standing right there. So I don't know if any of you all know this, because I'm very good at keeping, things, being very professional, but I have two of my nephews at my school. So one of the last person that I'm gonna acknowledge has been our manager for the last 3 years. And Ms. Monique Guerrero can tell you that he's done an amazing job managing the ins and outs of the cafe, letting Ms. Guerrero know when things were overpriced and where she could find a better creeper. And making all of the drinks and then even coming up with some special drinks that we sold to our students, right? And really being like the big brother, the manager of the entire operation. So at this time, it is my pleasure to introduce my nephew, Alessandro Munguia, our manager. And we're gonna have some, right? Okay, and at this time, of course, all of this work wouldn't happen without all of the staff, right? All of the staff who works with them in and out, day in and day out, helping them with orders, how to do orders, how to charge people, how to run a bill, right, when people owe you money, all of that, right? So we're gonna acknowledge our staff. The first person who's always super excited and happy to escort our kids all around the campus, making sure that deliveries get delivered on time, is Ms. Ingrid Alvarado. We're gonna take a picture.
Thank you.
The next person we're gonna acknowledge, also a huge part of the operation, is Ms. Maricela Fernandez, who's also helping our kids every day. Right. Oh, and this person does a lot with our students, is always with our students, helping them, redirecting them. And she's also Bassett alumni, right? Which is really important for us. And she's come back to help serve our community, working with our students day in and day out. And that's Ms. Litzy Lopez. And of course, the two big bosses of the organization, So the next person, who does a lot with our students to really support them, as they do workability, putting them out there into the community, helping them find employment, working on our campus or out in the community, and has done a lot to really bring the business side of the operation and ensuring that our students understand what it is to hold a job and what it is to be productive. And she is also the right hand of the last person I'll introduce, and this is Ms. Marcio Lesh. And of course, the last person I'm going to introduce, who definitely is the brains of the operation, spends her Saturday morning sometimes running around to Sam's Club and Walmart, buying this, buying that. And really, you know, when the students were asking themselves what they were going to name themselves, Ms. Guerrero, who's not going to come up yet, really worked with our students to say, what's the name going to be? And she taught them, like, you guys got to be proud of yourselves, right? All of us have different abilities. All of us have different ways of learning. And having a unique way of learning doesn't make you any different than anybody else, right? So the students really learned how to advocate for themselves and how to be proud of themselves, which is why they call themselves a spectacular cafe, because they are spectacular, right? But I think you would all agree that Ms. Guerrero is also spectacular, right? Because she is the brains and the heart of this whole operation. She pours her soul into it. She's day in and day out, like, what else can my kids do? How can I push them to that next level? And then that, I know that they're gonna take with them for the rest of their lives. I'm not gonna cry. So Ms. Guerrero, thank you so much for all of your service to our students. And we're a picture. And move this way and one toward this.
You look like.
And also, we have Miss Maritza Galaviz, one of the other, my right hand, my assistant principal who's here supporting, who's gonna get in the picture with us because she's also part of our school here. Hello. Can we see everybody?
Okay, perfect.
Oh, am I covered?
It's okay.
Me too.
No, it's perfect.
One, two, three.
You guys all can stand right here because the board is gonna address you.
Turn around and.
Turn around and face the board.
face the board members, okay? We're gonna turn around and face the board members.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. It's really, really, really nice to meet you all and to hear a lot of what you've been doing. I've been a big fan of this operation since it first started a couple years ago, and to see how it's really blossomed has been really great. I'm really, really honored with the naming, how you all picked that yourselves. You gave yourselves agency and empowerment with that name. My niece, she's also sped, and you all are so inspiring to me personally and my family. So truly, 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 when I shared this to my mom, my partner, and our entire household of, you know, what this program was, we lit up. So thank each and every one of you for giving back to our community through Spectacular Coffee, for being part of the school community as a big pillar. I know everyone really talks about it because obviously who doesn't want coffee at their own school? So thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I've had the pleasure of meeting you guys twice now, and once was when you guys served coffee with Ms. Gretchen here, the Director of Special Education. Thank you for inviting us to a coffee with the SPED Director. And that was my first encounter with you guys, and your coffee was spectacular, of course. It was delicious. So thank you and keep up the good work. And I look forward to having some more coffee next school year with you guys. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys rock. Seriously, you are awesome. I can't come up with a business and run it and do what you guys did. That is amazing. You guys have learned stuff that you're gonna be able to take away for when you're grown up. I'm so excited that I might even take a day off of work next year. Even though I don't drink coffee, I'll come over and buy something.
Yeah.
Yeah, like some kind of coffee. I'm sure you can make me something good, right?
Yeah, they have refreshers too.
You guys
Yes.
rock it. And ladies in the back, thank you for everything you do with your open hearts for these kids, because they have my heart as well. This is our population that gives us hope and gives us love, right? You are the light. Keep it up. Keep rocking it, okay?
Just like your name said, for the coffee, you're spectacular. You guys, you've done a great job, and the manager, keep it up. Go and run any retail store or restaurant out there in the real world. So keep up the good work, all of you, because employment's there for you guys. Thank you. People need you, so thank you.
Congratulations and thank you. Thank you to all of you. Truly, you are spectacular. You do a lot, your determination pays off. It goes to show you could do anything you set your mind to. Please always keep that in mind. The world is yours. Go out there and take that world. To your leadership, thank you so much for all your dedication and commitment to the program. This is really, really great. This is what it's all about, our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Giving permission to one of our parents to come up and say a few words. He wants to address.
Okay.
Any place?
Yeah.
In the front.
Yeah, right here. Thank you. I'm the father of this.
Handsome young man.
He don't want us to call a kid anymore, niño.
Young man.
My wife says,
Un
el
joven.
niño, dijo, no, niño. My name is Israel. Okay, his name is Israel. He said, okay, papi. No, papi. Israel, please. So anyways, we got the message, okay? My name is Ignacio. My wife's name is Marcela, and we are very, very happy to be here with you, all of you. This is the first time we ever been here. And to let you know that we're very proud of this guy. Yeah, because he's our best.
Yes.
And also, thank you, because the students that work with him, they kind of protect him and be very nice with him. So I'm very happy, I'm very thankful with them, along with Mrs. Guerrero, which happened to me to be the best teacher. My son has. We've been through Los Angeles Unified School District. I used to work as an electrician doing electrical, and we come from very hard neighborhoods. This is the best.
Thank you.
So we came here. And we are very, very happy to be here with you guys. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to apologize. My English is not very good. But as long as you understand what I'm saying, yes. So, yeah. So I'm very proud of this guy, okay? Thank you very much. I love you. And along with assistance, Maricela, Lars, and you got an assistant, but anyways, Ingrid, yes, anyways, and the principal, Dr. I'm sorry, my mind goes, I'm almost 80 years of age anyways, but thank you. Thank you for everything you have done.
Thank you, Bassett High School, to your teams, to your families for your support. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you. We can go to the.
Oh, yes, Ms. Rivera?
Yes.
Oh, we're not done.
Yes.
Ms. Marcel, when she took the workability, it was here and she took it up higher. You're not one step, but 2, 3, 4 steps. So thank you so much for your hard work. I know you're very dedicated to these students, your whole staff. is very dedicated, so thank you all for the work that you do with it. And it's good to teach them to be out in the real world and how to run a business and how to work. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you
Jess.
all. Thank you so much.
Have fun with your photo shoots, with your evenings. We will go on to the next recognitions that are the oh so fun LCAP and budget. So let's just give folks a minute.
Yes.
One last round of applause maybe for our guests.
Thank you. Guys are amazing. Thank you. And the drama de Ale.
Okay.
And the
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I know, stop. I was a bit terrible. That's what it was. Chillon, this over here.
I know, we all are.
It's gonna be a, should we grease? Okay, we're good.
I'll just be laughing.
Thank you. We'll now go on with the local control and accountability plan presentation. Dr. Harrison, would you mind beginning us?
So much joy. Keep the joy coming.
The LCAP can't be joyful.
This is a
It's
reason.
a
why
labor of love.
children need to-
Right.
Okay, I see.
I heard that. Right. Good evening, Board President, Seamantal Board of Education, Cabinet, and guests. I'm proud to be able to present our 26-27 LCAP, which is always a labor of love here in the district. And let's jump right into it. So the overview of our LCAP, just a real quick preview. We're going to look at the purpose, our partner engagement, our goals, the feedback we received, and then our updates for 26-27. And then if there are any questions, I'd be happy to field those. Understanding the LCAP. So this is just a brief overview, and everybody here is very familiar with the cycle. We are on a 3-year plan, and this plan describes our goals, the services, what we're spending our money on, and those positive student outcomes. This keeps us accountable, and it makes sure that we have a way and avenue to engage partners, our students, our parents, our community, and our staff. And then finally, our key goals are the 3 that they have been for quite some time here at Bassett Unified: high achievement, safe environments, and college and career. So you'll see for plan development, this is sort of our cycle. October to November, we're gathering information, looking at our data. December to March, we're engaging with partners, going out to sites, coffees with the principal, our DLAC meetings, parent meetings. And then from January to June, overlapping, there's a lot of writing, budget development, and then final approvals. So right now, we're in the phase of public hearing tonight, and with the plan is attached. And then from this point until the 23rd, we can make adjustments and fine tune that plan so that we can present it on the 23rd for approval. And then finally, in 26-27 school year, that's when we're implementing the plan. Here's just an example, a snapshot of the partner engagement that we've worked through this year. This is not everything, but this is quite a bit that you can see when we're engaging parents, at least monthly, and then staff. We hit this, we always are engaging the staff. However, specifically, we do consults with the Teachers Association, the Classified Union, and our SELPA consultation. So those always take place as a necessary item that must be denoted in the plan. That's looked for by the county. And then on top of that, we have teacher surveys, staff surveys that we take feedback from staff. Students, we do student advisory council meetings. I've met with the high school staff most frequently, like quite often. Dr. Alvarez met with them the first part of the year, and then I took over meeting with them the second part of the year. But in addition to that, we do meet with the middle schools as well. And then there's a student survey, which is the Healthy Kids Survey, which is used as part of our metrics. So here's our overviews. Typically, we have 3 goals. This year, we have a 4th goal. and it's called the equity multiplier. So goal 1 really is we're looking at students learning at high levels. Goal 1 embodies all our academic supports, professional development, instructional aids, EL support for our language assessment assistance, academic softwares, IT that's related to school and classroom, and library media. So it really circles around all of the needs that we have for academics. Goal 2 is centered around student safety. So learning environments, that's where we bring in things like our health and wellness, our health aides at the campus, extra counseling services, counselors at all the elementary schools. So there's quite a bit of staffing built into the LCAP plan, specifically in these particular goals that have to do with safety. Our campus monitors are in here. And this is where you'll find them written into the goals of keeping the environment safe and engaging for students. And then finally, goal 3 is our standard goal ends at goal 3, which is college and career readiness. This really is a focus on making sure we're sending students on field trips, that they're getting out there and seeing what's out there beyond the walls of the district and our boundaries. It also supports our career tech education at the high school. So you'll see like our staffing is paid for out of this college and career readiness. Some of our staffing comes from that for CTE when and where needed. So it's that focus on college and career. And then finally, equity multiplier is the 4th goal that was added this year. And when you qualify for equity multiplier, you create a goal that matches it. So this is a common goal. You'll see this in many LCAPs across Southern California and California in general. Equity multiplier has to do with the what they call the transient rate of continuation schools. So this goal is specifically built for Nueva Vista. So when we have students coming in and going out of Nueva Vista, the state views that as transient. We might view that in a positive way because we want our students to go to Nueva Vista and then go back to the high school. So it still puts you in this realm where their attendance and their enrollment in the school is moving in and out. And then if you have a free and reduced rate of over 90, it triggers that equity multiplier. So this is a bonus for us. So we just say thank you, and we write a goal that matches the needs of the site. So for this goal, equity multiplier specifically for Nueva is a focus on college and career readiness. So we're looking at making sure we have career tech ed classes. We focus on field trips to Mount SAC. We bring in Mount SAC dual enrollment. So those are some of the pieces that we bring in order to meet the equity multiplier goal. And that's a formula. Based on enrollment, they give you a certain number. So bigger schools get more money, smaller schools get less. For us, it's about 72,000, but it's a very nice cushion to have in order to run our CTE and do the extra at Nueva Vista. So those are our 4 goals overview. Partner feedback summary. It's interesting. Partner feedback, I've done partner feedback so many years. In my former district, I've done it here. And the feedback is always pretty similar, kind of in the same like realm of what they hope to see. And they just want to say, and then when you put some of those things in place, they'll say, thank you for putting those in place. And now let's push and do a little more. So it's actually really nice because it forces us to not just remain status quo. It forces us to look at, okay, we have this, but what more can we add that's kind of in the same vein or is going to be helpful to students? So the first is just student support in general. This is goal B. Always our partners are asking us to expand mental health services, restorative practices at the high school level. These are things that they would like to see in place for us. Just continuing to work with students that maybe things aren't quite clicking at school and they're having behavior issues. Academic growth is always at the top of the list. They want to make sure there's more hands-on learning, streamlining the testing. We've heard that from even our teaching staff saying, can we streamline some of our testing that we do, that's the benchmarks and those types of things. So students, staff, and parents say, can we work on that? So that's something that we have to continue to work on, growing CTE at the middle schools and really advancing students. Extracurriculars, they love the sports. They want to make sure that now that we've added, so for example, we added soccer last year. So they were asking for, they have volleyball. They were asking for baseball and some things that are like maybe a little tougher to put at the middle school, but they're asking for more. They're asking for wrestling. So these are the types of things like, okay, we got soccer, now we need to get wrestling. Okay, let's think about that. So those are some of the things that the students have been asking for. And then moving on down the list, school culture. just making sure that there are options for students to eat that are different, that are like some of the things we've done already in our cafeterias that more match what the students want. They feel like that's a celebration of their culture. We also met with the BTA and they say, it's really important that we build in time in the morning to make sure kids can get breakfast, because they feel like once the kids can get to that breakfast in the morning, then they're more aware of what's happening in class because they're not hungry. So those are some of the things that they're asking for, but continuing cultural celebrations, PBIS, our attendance program. Parent engagement, just continue to use incentives to boost family involvement. We saw our 60th celebration this year was a big hit. And so that's something that brings family in, but continuing to do those things is important to our families. And then finally, safety. They specifically were asking, like what we're hearing from staff and parents mostly, is more visible security stuff, like making sure that the folks we do have hired are visible and that there's more monitoring going on of the campus so that you just see people front and center when you walk on a campus. So those are all things that were worked into the plan. So as far as our goal and action updates, I think this might be, yeah, okay. So when we look at our goal and action updates, the 2025 dashboard, in 2025, they disaggregated out for the first time long-term English learners. So that has become a group that we're really focused on making sure we're moving kids out of redesignating them so that they're not long-term English learners. So in 2025, when they disaggregated the LTEL data for the second time, that's a special population now. So the data indicators for us this last year, our LTELs came back and they said, you need to monitor them for suspension rates because their suspension rates are too high. So that's when we had a big jump in suspension rates. Chronic absenteeism was already existing as an area of focus for assistance from last year. So that one is still kind of hanging on. And then they said, okay, now it's suspensions. We were finding last year that we had a lot of suspensions with our long-term English learners. So as far as the plan went this year, we had to work that into the plan, just so that we say, we're gonna focus on them this year for suspension rates. And of course, we have a lot of things we're working on. Just making sure that school is more engaging and that they want to come every day. That will solve the chronic absenteeism. And then it will help with suspension rates when people are happy in school and they have electives that they like, and more than just the ELD class that they have to take because they're still qualified as ELD. So those are some of the things that we're working on for next year in the plan. And then as far as there were no other groups that became eligible for differentiated assistance where the state said, nope, you got to focus on this group of students. We actually had special education students fall off of differentiated assistance because their achievement rose. It rose and they came right off. They came right out. Our long-term English learners and EL learners were in differentiated assistance, and we were focusing on them for college and career indicators. And that actually came off as well. So there's been a lot of progress. We've been able to drop off some of those areas of assistance that were needed. So that's good. And then of course, MTSS, making sure we're working in more supports for MTSS. We have a program right now that Mr. Salama brought to us where our entire counseling staff is now going through a full LACO certification on those pieces and how to really use their counseling. That's the type of thing that you'll see now that in the LCAP, you don't have to write specifically to it. You have to write in a way that you can then nest that underneath it. So we were able to do that. And I have to thank Mr. Salama for doing the research and bringing that to us. So they've already started their cohort. So it's pretty exciting. And then finally, college and career readiness is and especially access for students with disabilities, making sure that our students with disabilities are having access to college and career classes. One of the perfect examples was the spectacular coffee that you just saw, and you heard Dr. Maldonado talk about how Ms. Guerrero is going to go get her CTE credential so that we can turn that into an elective pathway that incorporates entrepreneurship business. So then our special ed students are going to be in class with our gen ed students learning how to run their own business and move forward. So this is the type of thing that we're trying to work in. I will say to the credit, Ms. Carrera is here tonight, worked really hard with our team when we first arrived to kind of work through some of the A through G with the special education. So our A through G SPED group grew by like 10%. So we only had a few that were making A through G, and now we have a big group that's making A through G, and they should. So just being able to kind of clear the way for that is important, and those are some of the things we've done. So college and career access for students with disabilities is something that we want to continue to push for and make sure that we have those avenues for our students that may be on an IEP, have access still to a four-year college. And so that is kind of the LCAP in a nutshell. There aren't a whole lot of changes from year to year because this is year 3. So we're implementing year 3 of a plan that's supposed to last 3 years. So next year is a rewrite year. So next year is a big year for kind of looking back at all 3 of those goals. Or do we need a 4th goal? Do we need a 5th goal? Do we need, what do we look at? And then kind of resetting our plate. So this year, we're kind of just carrying the plan and seeing it through. And we have seen growth. So are there any questions?
Thank you very much. For myself, no questions for me. I appreciate a very succinct and concise presentation. I thought that was really appreciated. But it's really packed with all the good information. So thank you, and to the Ed Services team for the contributions. I did want to point out, I was looking at them, see if they're flipping pages. They are. So to our student board members, you all have this. So go to the page that says LCAP Goals Overview. And if I could say there's any summer reading assignments, it'd be that. Don't have that authority, but it's a suggestion of please really nitpick and see how does this translate to you all as students. And if there's anywhere where you want to bring something to the board of, goal 1 embodies all academic supports. And if you think, well, what does that really mean? Do we have, certain AP classes may want, or electives, or more, we have a lot of counselors, but more counseling, whatever it is that means to you. However you interpret it might not be how we interpret it. So definitely, I think this is a good starting point. You're not limited to this, but I would just say if there's anywhere to start, it'd be here. So that's just my little 2 cents. But thank you, Dr. Harrison.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Harrison. This is amazing, and thank you to you, the whole team that put this together. I know this is a lot of hard work. My only question was for reclassification. I'm sorry, I don't see, are the SPED students also able to reclassify, and if so, has the criteria changed?
They are, and the criteria has changed. We were able to, through a RAC committee, was what we used to call it, but through the IEP process, we could designate that maybe potentially disabilities, keeping that redesignation from happening. Now that has come off, and the state has said, okay, we want all the students to take the test. And then once they take it, we break down the areas that they're struggling with. If any of the areas like spoken language, if that's a piece, then we can exempt that, and then you try again. So it does take a little longer for them now because they'll have to take the exam, then through the IEP process, we have to exempt certain things, and then they take it again. So it does slow down the process when we know already it could just be a disability. So yeah, unfortunately it has shifted a little bit, but it's still, yes, not a problem to get it done. Just takes a little longer.
Awesome, thank you.
Ms. Flores?
Thank you so much, Dr. Harrison. This is amazing. This is really great. And the partner engagement, the parents, staff, and students, see your voice now. Thank you so much for having the advisory meetings with the students. I really was very jumped. I've been a big advocate. Let's hear what our students have to say and things like that, because that's what we're here for. We're here for our students. And I mean, we all got teary-eyed with the SPED, and to the gentleman that spoke about his son, I'm like, we're blessed that you are here. We're happy to be here, but we're blessed that they're here. So this is amazing, very thorough, very detailed, and I'm excited for what's to come.
Thank you.
With this. Thank you so much.
No problem.
I have one question.
Sure.
Streamlining testing.
Oh, so right now, the feedback we're receiving from teachers is like, we have benchmarks, and the benchmarks, they do flank our scope and sequence and our scope and sequence of instruction. But the feeling is that they don't quite align enough with the way that we test students when it gets to the end in our SBAC state testing. And they're saying if we could streamline it and create a situation where those test questions and what we're being asked and the way they're being asked is more in line with what they get at the end of the year, and streamline it so that it makes more sense. That's really what they're hoping for, and reduce the amount of time the amount of tests that are being given. Yeah.
And the parents didn't want me to thank you for including them in a lot of these decisions that you're making. And they see that the LCAP is going the right direction where it's supposed to be going. So they just wanted to thank you and including them in the coffee with the principal, and they're giving them opportunities to voice their opinions and their suggestions or concerns. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. As always, it's incredibly clear and easy to understand. And I was going to say the same thing. It's on the right path, and it's wonderful to see us going towards where we need to go.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now do our 2026-2027 Bassett Unified School District proposed budget. Dr. Harrison, would you mind introducing?
At this time, I would like to bring up Ms. Susan Ibarra, our Chief Business Officer, for the budget review.
The moment we will.
Good evening, Board President Cimental, Vice President Gonzalez, board members, staff, and audience. Tonight, we are here to present the 2026-2027 proposed budget. We're going to review the proposed budget, explain revenues and expenditures, multi-year projection, and confirm that the district complies with a 3% reserve requirement. I would like to talk a little bit about the May revision. Just as a quick reminder, the May revision is what sets the tone and provides the final assumptions for the school districts to develop the budget, including the multi-year projection. There is a lot of noise that the revenue is looking very positive, which it is correct. However, there is some caution that they are communicating to school district where we're making decisions about how are we budgeting that revenue and how are we also aligning that with expenditures. Good news that Prop 98, we do see increases. We have some, I put it here in front of us so that we can see that from 24 to 25 to 26, 27, we do see an increase. However, the governor has used some strategies to be able to do that. And one of those is called the settle up. What that means is that governor is borrowing money. It kind of works a little bit like when school districts have to implement deferred revenues. So it is not an easy term to explain, but I do know that what I do need to know is that it's something that I have to monitor and to have an understanding how it's going to impact the budget in the upcoming years. In addition to that, another great news that we received from governor is that we have a new terminology now, super COLA. There is a super COLA of 4.31%. But the reality of that COLA is that the statutory COLA that is going to be implemented to LCFF is 2.87. And that's the ongoing. The discretionary COLA 1.44%, that's a one time. It's only for 26, 27. And the reason for that, they call it discretionary COLA, is because the expectation is that school districts are going to utilize that 1.44% to pay for any pregnancy leave, which is a new mandate that school districts have to comply with. At this point, I don't know what the impact to Bassett Unified means when we implement pregnancy leave, the new mandate that we have. We do have, governor is also proposing the student support and professional development block grant. And that one is gonna be based on enrollment. And it's an approximate of $800 per enrollment. We also have additional funding for special education. They increased that base amount by close to $1,400. Those are good news. And as of right now, we know that that's gonna be an ongoing. But as I started my statement, district has to be very cautious about how are we allocating that additional revenue. As I mentioned, it is the 1.44 COLA increase is discretionary. It is included in the 26-27 budget. And just as a quick summary, in here we have the unrestricted and restricted general fund. We show that we are projecting that the district is going to be receiving $57.7 million in revenues, $57.9 million in expenditures. With that, we are balanced, very close to balance the budget, because we only have an operating negative balance of $141,000. However, this is the unrestricted and restricted. So you're always gonna hear me talk about focusing on the unrestricted side. But just for full transparency, when our SACs, which is our official financial form, which is called Form 01, it shows it has unrestricted, restricted, and combined. The combined ending fund balance of the district, it is $33.5 million. Within $33.5 million, there is restricted funding. That restricted funding can only be used for restricted activities and that the grant is asking from the district to do. And then in addition to that, within those $33.5 million, we also have our available reserve. We are required to reserve 3%. And just as a quick reminder, also the district has a resolution that we also reserve an additional 7%. The two together is $5.8 million. Now, this is my favorite topic, the unrestricted side. And the reason for that is because this is the one that is our day-to-day operations. This is the funding that we need to analyze and focus. Not that I'm not saying that the restricted funding doesn't play a role. Part of my job when we are in executive cabinet is to have a good understanding of the different types of funding that the district has to manage. We look for any opportunity to utilize restricted funding so that we always have the unrestricted funding to be able, because this is that day-to-day and is flexible. What we are projecting for 26-27, the district is going to generate $38.3 million in revenues and $38.5 million in expenditures. The operating deficit is $141,000. The ending fund balance from the unrestricted side is $20.5 million. The $5.8 million that for the 3% reserve plus the 7 additional reserve comes out of this 20.5. So which is close to $6 million. And also I would like to highlight that in those $20.5 million ending fund balance that we are projecting for 26-27, the district has not included yet any additional costs for that tentative agreement for our associations. Where the money comes from? So we have different components, LCFF, we have other state, other local and federal funding. As we can see here, majority of the funding is, the makeup of the revenue is LCFF, local controlled funding formula. 79%. And then in my next slide, I'm gonna talk about LCFF. It is important for us to remember what's the makeup, how school districts make up the LCFF funding. There are three components. One big component of that is the three big taxes. You're gonna hear a lot of that terminology, which is personal income tax, corporate taxes, and sales tax. If individuals are not paying their taxes, if the state is not collecting the taxes, then it impacts our LCFF revenue because it could be that the state defers a revenue. So we did have that experience, but we haven't had that. So as of right now, the state is performing, revenues are coming in. So in that area, everything looks as it should. But in addition to that, a part of LCFF, we have education protection account. Back in, I believe, 2014, that was when the California, we all voted to approve this funding. But that funding is gonna sunset in 2030. I'm sure by then something will be, we don't know, but all I know is that what represents for Bassett is $7 million. So we are in 2026, 2030 is not that far apart. And then we also have property taxes. And property taxes also played a role in the makeup of LCFF revenue. Enrollment and AD8. AD8 is the average daily attendance. School districts get funded based on average daily attendance. However, enrollment is one of our biggest challenges. And it's not unique to Bassett. This is statewide. It's happening all across the state of California. But it is what drives is the base on how school districts are going to be funded. For Bassett, we continue to experience declining in enrollment. Our AD8 rate is 94-95%. There is some room for improvement. However, in talking with our other colleagues and in following what's happening in the school business, in the school districts, it seems to be that the new norm of AD8 is 95% ever since students came back from COVID. How do we spend the money? So all the revenues that we received, we are a business. School districts are a business. We have to pay for staff. We have to pay for utilities. We have to do repairs. We have to provide services and supplies to our students. But majority of our expenditures, a big number of our expenditures is on staffing, which is our certificated, classified, and our benefits. Those are the three big ticket items for school districts, as we can see in here. And our largest investment, specifically people, our salaries and benefits. So we can see in here, and why is that? That is needed because we saw tonight the presentations and our students that were here. I almost cried because it really brings me such a joy to know that all the hard work that we do in business services really translates in ensuring that we have the staff, that our schools have what they need so that they can do what they do the best, which is educate and support our students. And in return, that's one of my goals as well, to manage the budget in a way that we also ensure that we are compensating our staffing at the level that they deserve. So with staffing dollars, we provide the instruction. We also provide transportation services to our students. very proud to represent the nutrition and the maintenance and operations staff because they also ensure that our students are fed every day and then that they go to clean campuses. Part of adapting the budget, Board of Education also needs to be aware of what is the financial outlook of the district. We are required to approve current year and 2 additional years, out years. In here, I only have the unrestricted side because the restricted, we get $1 and we budget that we're gonna be spending $1. That's how restricted funding works. So from the unrestricted, we can see that the district is projecting an ending fund balance of $20.5 million. And then for 27-28, we're gonna start with $20.5 million. We have a revenue of $46.4 million, and we have expenditures 38.8, but we also have a contribution. The unrestricted fund contributes to the restricted fund, which is for special education and for routine restricted maintenance. And the reason for that is because the state of California doesn't provide enough funds to support those programs to what is needed. We can see in here what is the contribution that the district on a yearly basis has to, what we're projecting, that we will move from the unrestricted to the restricted side. It is important for us to understand what is the translation, what are the components of the ending fund balance. I say that the ending fund balance for 26-27 is gonna be $20.5 million. At a glance, and just by hearing the number, it sounds like a big number, and it does to me. However, there are some requirements that we have to meet, such as that required 3% reserve. We also have some non-expendable items. It's a small number amount, but school districts we do have a revolving account. And then we also have some commitments. Part of that commitment that the numbers that we see here, since the district is in the process of bringing in the next board meeting that AB 1200 and the tentative agreement for approval for our labored partners. I have included those dollars amount as part of that commitment. And then we also have some assigned numbers. The assigned amounts that we have in there is to address any deficit spending that the district might have. We do utilize some resources that are available to us. School district, we don't have all the answers, but we do have resources that we're able to reach out to, such as for our LCFF calculator, we go to FitMac and we use their calculator. We also work with School Services of California. They do provide on a yearly basis the dartboard for the school districts. So we utilize that information to build the budget. And we're also work closely with Los Angeles County Office of Education. So between the three of them, we analyze and we evaluate what are the recommendations. For the most part, they align between each other. But there are times that perhaps LACO will make a different recommendation, and we take that into consideration and we evaluate how that fits into what's happening here at Bassett. And enrollment and attendance assumptions, absolutely, that's the number one driver. And for me, one thing that I'm gonna pay close attention to is going to be to the COLA. As of right now, for the multi-year, the governor has proposed 3.3%. That's a high number, and that is one of the reasons why our revenue, we didn't see much of the change, but it's due to COLA. is due to the COLA that the governor is proposing. And we are not including, as I mentioned, the 1.44% for the out years. It's only for 26, 27. In terms of expenditures, on a yearly basis, school districts, we do make an assumption that we're gonna have employees that are gonna move from a step and column. So there is gonna be an increase. We also are aware that there is a minimum wage requirement. We have those numbers here in front of us. We also ensure that we're using the latest when it comes to CalSTRS and CalPERS contributions. As we know, one of the perks of being a school district employee is that we have a retirement and the district contributes to that retirement. We also have some projections on increases on supplies and then services, and contracts is something that we do need to monitor if contracts are needed or not. And absolutely, the ongoing monitoring of staffing, enrollment, and expenditures when we are doing first and second interim, evaluating if the district has budgeted, exceeded or under budget, and doing analysis and why is that, if any. What district is recommending to Board of Education we're gonna bring on June tonight, you have a public hearing for the 26-27 budget. But in June 23rd, we're gonna bring back the same document for board to adopt it. And alongside with the multi-year projection. And of course, we are to continue monitoring our enrollment, our expenditures, and any additional information that we're hearing from the state. Any questions?
Yeah, Ms. Stanzioni?
On the enrollment in ADA page, you cite the enrollment in ADA of this year. Is that, of this coming year, I should say, is that projected or are those harder numbers based on request to student services?
These numbers?
Yeah.
Those are projections.
Okay.
So, but for 26, 27, I would say it is
It's close.
pretty close.
Is that based on the requests that we've had? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Flores?
Hi, thank you so much. This is, wow, a lot of numbers. Okay, so along the lines of my colleague, yes, enrollment. And I know I asked this each time. What is the break even that we need to have?
I get it.
We can talk about that.
Yes, yes.
Okay, the second question is, you mentioned the 3.5 ending fund balance for 26, 27. Yeah, I lost it. Oh, there it is. But that is void of negotiations. So once we have the final negotiations, 26, 27 could go down.
It's gonna go down.
25 could go down. So the next one is, it's just more of an out there. Everybody's familiar with Prop 98. So in the governor's January budget, he proposed withholding 5.6 billion from schools, which affects K-14. Okay, UCs and CSUs, we have to fight hard. So anyway, but in this latest one, he is still withholding 3.9 billion from Prop 98. So one of the things that we need to do, and we ask everybody, I attended a PTA training this weekend, and that's one of the biggest things that CTAs and CSEAs are doing across is advocating, release that money. That money belongs. The voters voted for this. 40% of the state's revenue needs to go to education. 3.9 billion, that's a lot of money. So in essence, I mean, the squeaky wheel gets heard. So we just need to go out there and advocate. This money belongs to our students to help support our staff, our just basically our district employees, because they do have a right to fair wages, you know, and things like that. And our students, these are programs that can come to our students. So yeah, that is right now. And June 15th, I think, is the deadline for the budget.
Correct.
So,
for the,
we just really need to get out there and, urge the urgency, release that money. That money belongs to the schools. And with the federal cuts happening, grants getting cut left and right, I'm not a K-14, but at my university, we have grants that are getting cut. And it's really affecting a lot of our programs and a lot of things we do, enrollment. The Pell Grant is really in serious danger there. So all those things together, education should be the first and foremost that this state should be looking at. That should be a priority. And I do follow the Prop 98, so everybody get it out there, release your money.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. That's actually what is the settle up. That's what the governor is doing, borrowing from the schools.
And that's how he balanced the budget.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are done with our amazing presentation and recognitions. We will continue with informational items, public commentary, and do closed session items. Are there any comments for a closed session? Just the one. We'll go to public commentary to open session and non-agenda items. It's just the one. She's very familiar with the rules. So I won't read it this time. We'll recognize Carol Tula. And whenever you're going.
I'm Carol Tula, president of the Bassett Council PTA. And Ms. Harrison was not able to make our meeting, so we're here to present you. We're thankful and we're grateful for you and all your participation and all your support with PTA. And we're just here just to tell you we love you and we're thank you for all you have done, not just for the PTA, but throughout the district. Our dedication to students and families and the school community reflects the spirit and the mission of PTA and Bassett.
Oh my gosh, that's so wonderful.
And this actually was.
Yeah.
Would you like to take a picture? Yeah.
Picture? I'm sorry.
This Let's, the center of gravity at least falls this way. There. There we go. Perfect. All right. Four member comments. Four members. Not during public comments. Thank you very much. We will now go on to public hearing for the 2026-2027 local control and accountability plan. Pursuant to California Education Code Section 52062, the Board of Education will hold a public hearing to receive comment from the public regarding the local control and accountability plan. I will open the public hearing at 6:52. Are there any persons wishing to be heard for the public hearing? Make eye contact with every soul in the room. Doing it again. Sounds good. Fine, okay. Okay, we will close the public hearing at 6:53 p.m. Public hearing for the 2026-2027 Bassett Unified School District proposed budget in compliance with Education Code Section 42103. A lot. I actually don't think I have to read any of this. It's on there. The public notice was given. I will open the public hearing at 6:53 p.m. Are there any persons wishing to be heard for the public hearing? Again, making eye contact with everyone. How are we doing? How the temperature? Is it too cold in here? We good?
No.
And we will close the public hearing at 6:53 p.m. Communications, education and partners comments. Bassett Teachers Association.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Wendy Camargo. I teach fourth grade at Don Julian Elementary School. And I am BTA secretary. So I have a few words from our BTA. And our first is to congratulate our negotiations team and our BTA members for ratifying a successful tentative agreement. Yay! We're so happy. Yeah. We appreciate the hard work that went into reaching an agreement that supports our educators and our students. And I'm just going to dive off in here for some stuff that's off script. So I want to remind our board that the goal for our budget is 55% in certificated salaries. So we were not even close to that this year. So please put that in your notes that that's going to be something that is going to be brought up again and again. One of our things that we were battling for was to have retirement for those teachers who are between 55 and 65, basically to bridge the gap between 55 and Medicare. We're very happy with the MOU for the year. I hope that that is our training wheels for this coming year, as it will 100% be part of our plan going forward to get that in fully invested into our contract. So please keep that in mind. We know that CSEA already has that well established in their contract, and we are still seeking the parity of that in the actual contract. BTA provided notification to the district immediately following ratification. So we wrapped up on a Tuesday, right after Memorial Day. We had our big school-wide, teacher-wide meeting on Thursday, started our voting on Thursday evening, closed it Sunday evening, and we had information to the district in the morning of June 1st. So 6 days from closing the negotiations process to a ratified contract for the district. Now, we're in hopes that this would expedite the board approval process, but we are extremely disappointed to learn that that agreement was unable to be placed on tonight's agenda for approval. Now, I know our new incoming superintendent is here, and he hadn't been hired at that point yet, but our contract had been done. So we are disappointed that it did not make tonight's board agenda. So we are hopeful that it will be on the very next agenda for your approval as well. And this contract took us a while. After months of negotiations, we are hopeful to see this process go forward without any further delay. We respectfully ask that you approve the agreement to be prioritized at the next available board meeting so employees can receive clarity and timely implementations of the negotiated terms. Also, I feel like it's going to help you as well to be able to adjust next year's budget by having those numbers completely into your budget. Additionally, congratulations to our new superintendent. You have big shoes to fill, and we're hopeful that supporting and prioritizing the employees who serve our students each day will remain an important focus moving forward. Strong schools depend on valued and supported staff, and we look forward to building a positive working relationship together. And that is all for me. Have a great evening, and yay for the end of school. I know we are all ready to be done this week. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Are there any representatives from the California School Employees Association? We'll go into superintendent comments. Dr. Harrison.
Oh, thank you, Board President Cimentel. Keep it short. I just wanted to thank Christopher Pena for leading us in the flag salute tonight. He was a last minute addition, and I think he did a great job. Victoria and Italia, you guys are an inspiration. Keep leading, keep being strong women, and bring other women with you as you move forward. That's the most important thing, help others rise. Monique, our teacher over at Spectacular Coffee, Miss Guerrero, was really a force to be reckoned with. And I was glad that everybody got to see what she's been able to do with the program there. And now bridging CTE is going to be an incredible opportunity for our students over at Bassett. I'm thankful for Edgewood for raising the bar. And I do think it makes all the difference in the world and creating pride in your school. So to that team, I just want to thank them again for being here. And then just finally, a quick update. We were able to meet with Torch staff today on the direction they want to go with their principal. So they gave us a lot of really valuable feedback. So I think it's going to help us in the search moving forward and make sure we get the right person to lead that school and carry them into next year. Again, thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much. We're now going to board member comments. Board member Dina Flores.
Thank you, Board Member Cimental. Again, I'd like to concur. Congratulations to Edgewood. That is really amazing. You want to follow through and just follow them, and they are a school to watch. And so are all our other campuses. So let's get them there. So I attended PTA Founders Day. It's a great opportunity. PTA is actually celebrated on February 17th. But because we know that all our campuses are really busy, so we moved it back. We did it May 20th, I think. And it's an opportunity to celebrate all the PTA volunteers because, I mean, our principals do a lot. So PTA is there to support and do whatever we can. And parents go in there and they volunteer, and this is really great. Thank you, Dr. Harrison. I know PTA is very near and dear to your heart because you've mentioned before that your mom was really involved in PTA, so that's really great. So yeah, I did attend that. Very thankful for that, and again, advocate, everybody, advocate Prop 98. Okay, I'm gonna tell you that. You're gonna start hearing me. I did attend the awards night, which was really, really fabulous. It was, wow. So congratulations to our valedictorian, Charlize Castellanos. Congratulations to our salutatorian, Jeremy Galvan. 20 students received the Golden State Seal Merit Recognition Award. Thank you to Dr. Harrison, who made sure that they had cords. There were different colored cords there. That was really great. The Seal of Biliteracy Award was given to 48 students. Can we get excited about this? This is really good. So they also got their cord. There were over 30 scholarships issued, totaling over $40,000, and that's but all from all different. A lot of these are alumni that come back or in memorial of some of our community that have been here before. It was just a very beautiful celebration. Our campus PTAs gave out their scholarships to students who had gone from their campus to the high school and are now graduating. You know, I see them and I'm like, okay, oh, I might feel old here. But all in all, it was really great. So that was wonderful to attend. I did get to attend the Health Academy graduation. It was very, very nice to celebrate, very emotional celebration too, because I mean, Ms. Rodriguez does amazing things there. So, and you could see the real connection there that the students have with her. So I really enjoyed celebrating all our graduates there. And afterwards, we were treated to a final band concert. So that was a lot of fun. And once again, you know, I was sharing with my colleague that was there, Board Member Gonzalez, that you can truly see the connection that the students have with their teacher. I mean, it's just like great. And oh my God, his name is escaping me right now. Who's the band leader?
Gutierrez.
Jared.
Oh,
No, I
Jared.
know it's Gutierrez. Jared? Jared. Oh my gosh, they responded. I love the Copacabana. Everybody's like all rocking out and then having them all walk around. They paraded around the gymnasium and the gymnasium had air conditioning. So it made it really nice. So I do want to thank the graduating class of 2026. Graduation is around the corner, Friday. Okay, so we could not be more proud of all the achievements that our graduates have done. Don't worry, you'll get yours next year. And all you've accomplished, you know. So as our graduates prepare to cross the stage, begin your next adventure, we wish you success, happiness, and fulfillment in whatever path you choose to follow. And I hope that you approach the future with confidence, curiosity, determination, and knowing that you are well prepared for the opportunities ahead. I'd also like to congratulate all of our students who are promoting to junior high and who are promoting to high school. So reaching this milestone is significant. It's a significant achievement of all that you've accomplished. So we're proud of that, of the accomplishments you have, and we look forward to seeing the great things you will achieve in the years to come. So enjoy the special moments that all our students who are graduating, promoting, enjoy these special moments, celebrate your success, and continue striving for excellence. And at the end of the day, for our high school graduates, don't forget, come back. Come back. Thank you.
Board Member Dolores Rivera.
Hi, good evening, Bassett. I'd like to congratulate the students that do the cafe, the spectacular cafe. And I wish we could announce this to the whole world, put it on in media, social media, newspapers everywhere, because this is something that is not offered at any other school. And it's so unique to us, you know, like we want the flagship. She says the flagship district. This is a way to start it, because we need to let them know what's different about it. We're small, but we're mighty, and we need to keep on going. And I'd also like to thank the teachers for a wonderful year, the CSCA staff for helping and keeping our schools clean and safe, and congratulate the students of 2026. Wish them the best of luck, and like Billy Ida said, be excited to meet the future you. And with that, I leave. Good night.
Very much. Board Clerk Patrice Stanzioni.
I'd like to give kudos to our spectacular coffee group, whether it be Ms. Lopez, Ms. Fernandez, Ms. Alvarado, Ms. Lush, Ms. Guerrero. But I would be remiss in not mentioning one other name. Ms. Guerrero, it was her idea. We wouldn't have any of those wonderful people supporting it and getting out there and doing all the hard work if she had not thought of it. So thank you so much, Ms. Guerrero, for doing that for our spec children. That has been amazing. Again, you can't plant a plant without the seed, and her seed grew into this beautiful thing that we hope will carry on. Schools to watch and honor roll school, spectacular. Will be a golden bell or whatever the newest thing is soon in that school, with the others to follow, I'm sure. We are on the right path. I want to thank you right now, though, to our staff, our classified staff, and to our certificated staff for making it, not just for making it through the year, but for making somebody's year. The very beginning of this school year, I spoke to the staff at that opening day, and I said, you know, you might be that one person that makes somebody's world. And I have to thank two people publicly, Ms. Ruby and Ms. Lermo, for being that person for somebody I love. But all of the staff has been there for each one of our children, whether they're feeding them or they're sweeping up after them, or they're teaching them, or they're doing some back office work and keeping attendance and saying, I'm glad you're here today. Here's your note, or get your note to get back to class. Every single one of our people at this district are so very important to every single one of our children, because it can destroy them or it can make their future and make their entire life better. So I want to thank everybody in this district for what you do for our children. And that's what we're here for. I said I was going to say about graduation at the last meeting, because I felt very poetic at the time. I don't right now, but I did want to say, to our all of our graduates, whether it be from high school, from either one of our high schools or the adult school, you're very brave, and just keep up that sense of self and that self of bravery, because you're starting your journey, and you're going to write your own story and make it a great one that we can all read and cut back and tell us about it when you're done. This is a very difficult time because I do have somebody in my house graduating, and it's a scary time and it's an exciting time. And I know it is for all the other homes that are going through the same thing. I see so many children graduating. It's going to be a really big deal for me on Friday night, because I watched some of those kids since they were all very small. But I want everyone to know, I want all the kids to know that they are worth it, that they matter, and that we're here because they matter. And that's it. Good night.
Thank you very much. Board Vice President Norma Gonzalez.
Thank you. I also want to start with thanking our BTA and CSCA staff for making another great year here at Bassett Unified. Without you, none of this would be possible, obviously. Just a few more days. Judge along. But you got this. And thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for everything that you do for our students. Thank you to Victoria and Italia for being here. I'm, like I said, looking forward to another school year with you next year. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend the pinning ceremony for our nursing students, but congratulations to you. Very proud of you, and I can't wait to see what you accomplish. I also attended the ceremony, the award ceremony at Bassett High School. Again, it's just jaw-dropping how amazing our students are. And a lot of the donations and scholarship givers just were enamored by the writing skills of our students and their stories and how they were able to communicate their passion. And that just goes back to, their teachers and who they had on their side. So thank you for that. The community is seeing how wonderful our students are. I also did attend the Health Academy ceremony. Ms. Rodriguez was kind enough to let me speak to the students as a Bassett graduate. That was, I wanted to continue the theme of come back to Bassett, come back and take care of your community, take care of your school district, because that's probably a feeling that I will never be able to fully explain to everybody what it feels like to be here, knowing that I was a student and a substitute teacher at one point here too. And so it's just full circle for me. It's all, every time graduation comes around now, I just get this overwhelming sense of pride for Bassett. And I'm just very lucky to be from here. I'm very, very proud. Again, thank you to our spectacular coffee students, and keep going, and I can't wait to attend more events where they are serving their wonderful coffee and drinks. Looking forward to the June 11th Nueva Vista graduation, and also the June 18th adult school graduation, along with the high school graduation, of course. And don't forget, we have fireworks. So bring the dogs inside. I do. Bring the dogs inside. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I start with my comments, I did want to ask a question, Dr. Harrison, regarding the TA, because I do want to be in very good faith expeditious with the tentative agreements. I believe there's a LACO review that might be the cause. I want to get some confirmation on that, if I may.
Yes, that's actually what causes a little bit of a delay. Ms. Ibarra can give us a timeline on that.
Yeah. So what the process, we need to give LACO 10 days. There is the AB 1200 form that has to be completed by the district. It's a very lengthy form. And then we submit that to LACO. We need to provide them with 10 days for the review. And then in addition to submitting that, we also have to submit some backup documentation. So like in this instance is that signed T8 agreement, the tentative agreement that we have. We had, as we speak, those AB 1200 forms have been completed just yesterday. So we are submitting today. We submitted to LACO and now we're waiting. They know that the goal, the intent is to bring this to the to board for approval on the 23rd. There is sufficient time.
Thank you very much, because it's the last thing I want, especially as we get to the end of the school year, is unnecessarily delay. So thank you for providing that clarification. All my comments. Thank you again. We've congratulated Edgewood and Spectacular Coffee a lot, our student board members a lot. So thank you. Thank you to PTA Council for a wonderful dinner. What is it, like 2 weeks ago now, I believe? It feels like just last week. I should have walked. Parking was so hard. I should have walked, but it's fine. But thank you. It was lovely to be there. Whoever, I think it was the parents who prepared the food. that mac and cheese was amazing. It was really good. And thank you for coming tonight as well to share the appreciation. It was nice to go to senior awards some time ago within a not too distant past to just see, as my colleague mentioned, the support of our community as Ms. Topshin, my former ASB teacher, practical mom in high school, put it, please come back to the graduating class. Yeah, it's really embarrassing. Please go back to the graduating class, please come back in any capacity to see staff, teachers, board members, not only who are here still, but even those who were here earlier today. We're a really small community, I'm sure we all know very well. So it was lovely to be in that space, in a cool space. Thank you, Ms. Flores, for your advocacy and getting that HVAC system in. On a somber note, I'll bring this up back in adjournment, but I was really devastated to hear the passing of a Bassett High School alum and former president of the Bassett High School Alumni Association, Judy Mason. I forget the exact class of 70. When I founded the Alumni Association in 2024, I was 2014. I was the only graduate of this century in there, respectfully. My other four founding board members were all class of the 70s. And Judy, she was our first vice president. I was the second vice president, and then she eventually became our president for the Alumni Association. And an incredible person. She was a nurse. She is just light up your room. I had to step out when I heard the confirmation news. She, luckily enough, did call me a couple of weeks ago. So to hear that from then to then, she's no longer with us, was quite jarring. But a lovely person who I can't at this time really bring up the words. They're there, but I just don't want to cry because I was like, I'm like, I should have called her back. I've been so busy. Y'all have been busy with obviously my work and all that. It's just been busy. And my partner called me and he was like, she's looking down. She knows you're busy. And that made it worse. So I cried more in the amphitheater. I'm like, I gotta go back in. But to Judy, thank you for everything you've done for our Bassett community. Say more. But yes, so that's a sad bit, but going back to some nice stuff, I believe we welcomed yesterday our new Director Trejo with Child Nutrition Services. So welcome to Bassett. If you're listening, awesome. If you're not, that totally makes sense because why would you? Enjoy your Tuesday. We're all here. But yes, end of the year recognitions. Thank you to our teams, to of course our teachers. We're almost there. To our staff, we're almost there. To those who worked in DO, sorry, you're still kind of here, but 410s, yay. It's been a lot. It's been a year of leaders and learning for me as being board president last year for the first time and then board president this year for the second time. It's a lot. Someone take this gavel from me. It is a radioactive hot potato. It's been a lot this year, but I think, however, all the busyness, all the difficulty, it still comes at the end of the day to care for our students. However we look at it, we all have different ways of coming at it, whether if, of course, it's here for public comments to get feedback from how someone's might be struggling with their child. Of course, if it's from our employees on making sure that they are getting the respect that they need. If it's from our community members advocating for, open space and zoning and everything in between. We care about this community. We just have differences of opinion on how we get there sometimes. And I appreciate everyone for your contributions in leading our district. Of course, we have to give an appreciation for this time as we are approaching tonight's big vote for superintendent. To thank everyone who got us to this point, whether it's from Ms. Lito Nasco to helping with getting the firms, with Dr. Harrison as interim superintendent, with our amazing executive assistant, administrative assistant, a high-ranking administrative assistant, some might say a senior administrative assistant, to all the help in between, to our ESS advisors, Vicky King Esquire and Dr. Lillian Maldonado French, everyone who has made this process possible, especially to our Bassett community. Your insight and feedback that created the leadership profile was instrumental in us. So thank you for this great experience. And of course, a big fat, I hate you still, to Dr. Alvarez because I'll do this process, but no. Thank you for that. As my colleague mentioned, yes, we need to continue with protecting Prop 98. LASCA, our LA County School Trustees Association, is still on top of that. We also still need to protect higher education, not only as a UC and CSU employee up here, but of course, we're doing all this work for a diploma. And a lot of people who get that diploma tend to go to higher ed in this state, in this country. And the very poignant attacks on higher ed, I feel like as the local education agencies, as leaders of local ed agencies, need to do more, whether if it's tuition hikes, whether if it's the attack on academic freedom, if it's encouraging more student representation on the governing boards, the board of trustees, and the board of regents. We need to do our part, I believe. So thank you for bringing the Prop 98 discussion, but it's wider than just K-14. It goes beyond that as well. Happy that, again, we settled with our labor partners. We obviously, I did CSCA just a little bit ago. It's not too much of a lag, but happy, we made that work. And yes, I think that MOU, again, as a good first step to see how we as a district can, obviously afford something, but give that assurity to our employees, I think is incredible. It's Pride officially. I have no rainbow on me. I'm like, I need to go to the board meeting in like 5 minutes. Let me change. But of course, Pride started as a protest. It is obviously a time to celebrate, but a time to remember all the liberties that have been hard fought for and that are continuously under attack. It's last weekend was the 1-year anniversary that our county, our region, our country was intact internally with these ICE raids and just a blatant disregard for the Constitution and law and order just off someone's color of the skin. So a lot happening in this country, and I'm devastated to see such low voter turnout this election. I think, the candidate for governor who's winning probably has 1 million and some votes. And the city of Los Angeles is like 3 million people. So it's absolutely less than a quarter of the state who has turned out, which is ridiculous. And I mean, I get it, voter apathy makes a lot of sense, but it's not our savior. Electoral politics alone will never save us. It is that and organizing, it's that and getting involved. It's that and being in your community, in your neighborhood. So I've had a lot of frustrations last week. And then two shout outs to some leaders in our area. I want to thank board member Sean Shakian of Glendale Unified School District. He did not pursue re-election. He is one of our delegates in Region 23 for CSPA. He's an incredible individual. He streamlined the ethics bylaw that Glendale has. I'd love for Bassett to consider. And then thanks to board member Tracy Miller-Zarki of El Segundo Unified School District, who this last year served as the president of LACSTA. So couldn't have, grown as a board member, especially this last 2 and 1 year without them. And then of course, to the graduates, to the graduating class of 2026, to the 60th graduating class of Bassett High School, to the graduating class for Nova Vista, and to Bassett Adult School. This is my first full cohort. These seniors who are graduating were freshmen when I joined the Board of Education in 2022. This is the first board meeting, disgustingly, in my 30s. This has been, my bad. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. That's sweet. Thank you.
Well, you said it's disgusting, so
very appropriate. But to the students, to be here for you all, to have spent the last 4 years in your service has been an honor and a privilege. As I said in my inaugural address, that my service is completely devoted to the students of all ages, backgrounds, and aspirations, as I like to coin it. And to be here for this graduating class, as Ms. Sanzioni alluded to, is very special because I also have family who will be walking the stage. I'm already asking them, which side are you gonna be on so I can sit on that side, and all the X, Y, and Z's. So it's gonna be a beautiful week, and I'm excited to continue it starting tomorrow with potentially, presumptively, our superintendent designate at that time. Let's see how tonight goes, who's to say? And then start with the rest of June with transition, so that way, as a Bassett organization, we're ready to start the next fiscal year on a great foot. So with that, thank you, Bassett, for your patience. We had a lot of great presentations tonight and a lot to say at the end of the school year. So that is that with my board member comments. We'll go into closed session for 5 items. Item 1 is conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, paragraphs 2 and 3 of subdivision B. 2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of government understanding. Item 3 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Item 4 is conference with labor negotiators, Board President Aaron Cimental and Salvador Holigan Jr., General Counsel in the matter of an unrepresented employee. And item 5 is public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Superintendent. We will go into closed session at 7:24 p.m. Thank you very much.
All right. Gary's here.
He is here.
Very much.
9:13 PM, right? Good evening, everyone. We'll reconvene at a closed session at 9:13 PM. Report of action taken at a closed session. On behalf of the board, I will be doing this evening, so. In closed session, on a motion by Mr. Cimental and seconded by Ms. Rivera, and a vote of 5 members approved, 0 members opposed, oh, excuse me, 4 members, that's what that is, I apologize. 4 members approve, 0 members oppose, 1 member abstain. The governing board took action to reject liability claim number 26-13 and the amount of $149. The vote was as follows. Ms. Cimental, yes. Ms. Gonzalez, yes. Ms. Stanzioni, abstain. Ms. Flores, yes. Ms. Rivera, yes. In closed session on a motion by board member Cimental and seconded by board member Rivera, and a vote of 4 members approve, 1 member oppose, 0 members abstain, and 0 members absent. The governing board took action to approve the employment of Dr. Anthony Ortiz as superintendent of schools. The vote is as follows. Mr. Cimental, yes. Ms. Gonzalez, yes. Ms. Stanzioni, respectfully, no. Ms. Rivera, yes. Ms. Flores, yes. Congratulations, Dr. Anthony Ortiz.
Sure, thank you.
These guys, 3 pages.
Yeah. Good evening, Board President Cimental, Vice President Gonzalez, esteemed members of the board, Interim Superintendent Dr. Harrison, and members of cabinet. Thank you for the trust you've placed in me and for your unwavering commitment to the students and families of Bassett Unified School District. I will honor that trust every single day through hard work, transparency, and partnership. I'm also grateful to my parents, all of my family members that may be listening, and to my beautiful wife and sons who have supported me every step of the way, and they're here, Adriana and Aiden, so I appreciate them being here, and I just want to thank the board for this opportunity, and I won't let you down. To the parents and community who are listening, if there's anyone out there, to the families of Bassett Unified, I'm honored and excited to be your next superintendent. I come to you as an educator and a parent who believes every child deserves to be seen and supported. I will listen and always put students first, and I look forward to working with the community and parents. Y a los padres de familia de la comunidad, me siento honrado y emocionado de ser su próximo superintendente y llego a ustedes como educador y padre que cree que cada niño merece sentirse visto y apoyado. Escucharé y siempre pondré a los estudiantes primero y espero con interés trabajar con ustedes. So thank you to everyone. Thank you, members of the board, for this opportunity. And thank you for everyone else who stuck around tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do want to extend an invitation, of course, to Dr. Ortiz, to your family. First of all, thank you for staying here this evening. I know this is a really important time for your husband and father, so thank you for being here with them. Do want to extend the invitation to you 3, and then of course to any of your other family and supporters to your first board meeting in July proper, where the board would be happy to formally and fully celebrate you at that time as well. So on behalf of us this evening, to keep it very quick, we'll say our words at that time at length. But congratulations, and we're looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much. Discussion, action, and informational items. Item 1, approval of resolutions. Is there any objection to hearing both resolutions together? Hearing none, resolution 047-26, annual delegation process, routine budget revisions, adjustments, and transfers, 2026-2027. Item 2, resolution 048-26, approving assignment of delinquent tax receivables to the California Statewide Delinquent Tax Finance Authority. Is there a motion to approve the resolutions?
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Stanzioni. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Flores. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, the motion's carried. The resolutions are approved. Item 2, board policy 5, excuse me, if there's no objection, I'd like to consider item 3 and 4 out of order. I should have reordered the board policy last, knowing that was gonna be discussion, sorry. No objection to doing item 2 last. Okay, so we'll go on to item 3. This is approved superintendent employment agreement with Dr. Anthony Ortiz. Excuse me. Did I get print out right?
On the screen.
I did that.
No, it's fine. It's something else I have to read, sorry.
Oh.
They like got cut off, sorry. Sorry. I apologize. This is what I get for moving some things out of order. Here we go. Okay, so the agenda item is as follows. The board president recommends the Board of Education approve the superintendent employment agreement with Dr. Anthony Ortiz. The board is considering the approval of an employment agreement to employ Dr. Anthony Ortiz as superintendent. Before the board discusses and takes action on this item, the board must publicly disclose the material terms of the agreement. In summary, they are as follows. 1, this is a 3-year employment term from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029. 2, proposed annual base salary is $270,000 based upon 225 workdays per year. He shall receive a $1,000 annual doctoral stipend. 3, the superintendent shall perform the duties of superintendent prescribed by law, the job description, and as directed by the board. 4, if required to work beyond a contracted work year, the superintendent can work up to 10 additional days at the per diem rate of pay. 5, regarding fringe benefits, the superintendent is eligible for A, health, dental, and vision benefits through the district's benefit programs. B, 12 sick leave days per year. C, statutory contributions towards the California State Teacher Retirement System. 6, a cellular phone, laptop computer, and necessary software to be provided to conduct district business. 7, the superintendent shall receive a monthly automobile allowance of $500 to use his personal vehicle in the performance of his duties within the county and shall be reimbursed for the approval mileage outside of Los Angeles County. 8, the district shall pay approved professional membership dues and expenses associated with participation in professional organizations. 9, this agreement may be terminated by A, mutual consent, B, non-renewal by the board or by the superintendent, C, by the superintendent with 45 days notice, D, unilaterally by the board without cause with a maximum payout equivalent of 6 months based on, equivalent to 6 months base pay and continued health benefits for the same period of time, E, by the board for cause, F, disability or death of the superintendent. 10, the agreement shall include abuse of office reimbursement provisions consistent with applicable law. And 11, the agreement may be amended or modified by mutual written consent of the parties. That's why I had to read publicly, sorry. Mind that. So I would like to make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Flores. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
It's a great contract, aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion's carried. Again, congratulations, Dr. Anthony Ortiz. It's kind of official, I guess now. I guess that was T and I being crossed there.
Stuck with us now.
Alright, so item 4, adjustment to regular board meetings. The board president recommends the Board of Education cancel the regularly scheduled board meetings of July 14th and July 28th, 2026, and order a new regularly scheduled board meeting on July 21st, 2026. I'd like to make a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
By Ms. Flores. Any discussion? For myself, I just want to confirm the 14th, we will not have a quorum. As everyone else but me will be going to a conference. And then on the 28th, I believe that is when staff is going to be on their way to the symposium, leadership symposium. I was assured that wouldn't be an issue, but I also would rather have a board meeting not at the end of July for our new superintendent. So the settlement would be the 21st as my recommendation. Any further questions or comments? All right, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, the motion is carried. Perfect. We'll go back to item 2, board policy 51318, mobile communication devices, first reading. The superintendent recommends that the board conduct a first reading of the new board policy on mobile phones on school campuses and recommends edits for the upcoming second reading. The draft board policy is attached along with the current California School Boards Association sample policy for reference. I'll open this up for discussion, but before I do that, you're welcome to stay here, but just know we're gonna, I mean, we don't have much, but again, just saying, if it's not awkward, walk out, no pressure. Okay, thank you, okay. So opening up with discussion, thank you, Dr. Harrison and team for incorporating the feedback last board meeting for option 1. I'm good with the proposal as for the first reading, but I do believe we have thoughts for the first reading.
I just know
Ms.
that
Santiago?
there's significant amount of data for both sides, for limiting it during, high school hours completely and for limiting it just during academic time. And I would ask the board to read some of that information. I can bring the plethora of articles that I printed out, much to the chagrin of my ink. I can bring them in and have them available for you guys to peruse. It comes down to real basic things, that if they're used during the school day at all, and what it does, and it's enumerated quite easily in a number of these articles. Comes down to the pros, the kids might feel more comfortable if they want to call their mom, if they have anxiety. The cons are the social bullying, the social isolation, possible cheating. There's just so many things that are listed in these academic articles that I'd like you guys all to look at. Along with reading what we've had to read, but become very aware of what the studies are showing nationally and globally, even on this subject. Because there are other schools that are farther down the road than we are, and it's good to look at where they went and how they fared with it and how the students are coming up with comments after the year or year or two of being without a phone completely or being without a phone in just a limited way. I think it would behoove us to look at those articles.
Are they available online or are they printed materials?
I printed them all up and I can bring them in and make them available in the office.
I think that would be best for Brown Act purposes.
Yeah, because then people can come in at their leisure and look at them if they want.
And if you could provide a copy to staff, then we can make a copy available at the front desk or included with the agenda materials. Just so, again, if it's presented to them, get a good read too. But thank you if you can provide that. Ms. Flores, and then we'll work our way to Rivera and Gonzalez.
I just want to get clarification. So Board Member Santiago, are you saying, first of all, this here was created by our staff?
Correct.
Our staff, okay. So just I want to make sure. So Board Member Santiago, you're saying that this is not thorough enough?
Correct.
That it's lacking, so it needs
Yes.
more? Okay.
And I say that from an academic point of view, because having done the research, I found that there are so many things. We have to understand that children will see their needs for it. Adults will see their needs for it. Teachers will see their needs for it. Our specific school might see a different need than what has been the outreaching trend with therapists and educators nationally on how it's fared. And I think why start at the starting line when we can start at the finish line, when we can already jump over some of the hoops and avoid some of the pitfalls if we look at the research. Just because a kid wants it doesn't mean we should do it. Just because a parent wants it doesn't mean we should do it. Just because a teacher wants it doesn't mean we should do it.
So, okay, so I can respect that. The last paragraph here, and given that this is the first time we're putting it out, and I thank our staff for putting all this work into this. The board shall review and as necessary, update the policy at least once every 5 years. So if this isn't working, would we be able to, like, maybe instead of every 5 years, say every 2 years,
As necessary.
or as necessary. I think this is, sometimes in my head, and I please respectfully to everybody, sometimes you have to make it like kind of broad enough that you can have a rule, but not so strict that it just becomes too restrictive.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed.
So, okay.
But you've got to be preemptive also.
Ms. Rivera?
Yeah, I have two questions. One, were the students involved at all in doing this thing?
They came and presented.
They came, no, they came and presented, but we hadn't done the policy. And I asked that
But they're
they be
included.
included in doing the policy.
Yeah.
Were they included in writing the policy or giving their opinions?
So the students were included in the feedback session, and then the direction that came at the last meeting was to go with option 1 of the CSBA sample, which is what I prepared for the team here.
Okay, and is that going for the staff, the teachers and everybody, all the employees? Or
So-
just the students?
So we talked with all the different groups and collected the information, and however, that's the CSB policy option 1, which is created for this first draft, is from the CSBA sample policy and does not work in all the nuances of the feedback. It's simply.
But it's gonna work, but this policy is going also for the adults.
No.
This is just for the students, so the adults could be out there on their phone while the kids are in playground and.
That's a whole.
Correct.
Oh, correct. This is only
Correct,
applicable.
yeah, this is just the students. Thank you
Yes.
for that clarification.
Yes.
So it's do as I say, not as I do.
No, there's a reason for it, because teachers shouldn't be on their phones, but there's another policy that has to be established for staff. And that would be in
Is
the
that?
contract, that would be in directives from HR.
Mhm.
It's a college backfire. Like,
Oh.
they've been doing it.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Um,
sorry.
But
Okay,
for
thank you.
students, it's to allow them to
Sorry.
have stress-free educational space.
So this, I believe it's under the student series and the board
Yes.
policy manual. So yes, it is binding upon our pupils, but not our employees, yes. And I believe of the two options, if you may recall, option one is what we pursued now, which is a bit more flexible and allows the nuance. Option two was the total ban. But from my understanding is, I think, again, to comply with the July 1 deadline, I do think option one, as it's prepared, is good. I think if we want to give the feedback of review as necessary, then the 5 years, that's good. But to approach Ms. Sanzioni's concern, if, let's say, we identified in 1 year, there was a big need to get a bit more strict at a specific site. The policy still allows for there to be regulations at the site level. And if the superintendent's office needed to promulgate an administrative regulation, we could also achieve that. I think this gives us the most flexibility to be agile by the July 1st deadline.
So it's not gonna be a uniform policy for everybody.
This is a policy that is applicable to everywhere. But if there's going to be any school site specific ones that wouldn't be uniform, if let's say there was a total ban at the elementaries, but permissible at the high school during non-instructional hours, this policy as prepared allows that, whereas option two, which we advised against last meeting, was a total ban regardless.
And we're gonna have plenty of mental help out there when the kids are getting stressed because they have no phone in their hand.
But we have mental health out there because they're being harassed on the phones.
We already have the mental health resources, so.
We have one.
Ms. Gonzalez, did you have something? I'm sorry.
If we have recommendations for changes, when would be the deadline?
Well, this is the first reading, so if you have any feedback that we as a consensus can give, then next meeting would be, I guess, the final draft that we needed approved by July 1st. But I mean, our board policy manual is ours. If we decided in August we wanted to revise them completely, we could do that whenever we want. So obviously, we shouldn't adopt something for the sake of just meeting a deadline. We should be comfortable with it. I'm comfortable with this, but if there was, I think going to the point I tried to get at earlier, one second, is if there became an urgent need mid-school year, we're not precluded, we're not locked into this for 5 years. We could change this at any moment's notice. As long as we go through the first reading, second reading, and if something is happening before we're able to do that first and second reading, we have to know that this policy can still guide the storm. Ms. Flotis?
I think I'm okay with it as is. The only one question I had is the last paragraph. As needed, not update this policy at least once every 5 years, no. Update this policy as needed. Unless you have data that says X amount of issues with cell phones, then unless there's data, then you feel that is,
It is part of CSBA's governance calendar that February, April, or every March, April, usually time where boards should review their board policy manual. So that could be the as needed mechanism. Is there anyone against the changing the once every 5 years to as needed?
It does say as needed, though. It says the board shall review and as necessary, update this policy at least once every 5 years.
It feels very proscriptive, though.
Okay.
Like what happens if we don't for a 6th year? I just always feel like, why write
As
it?
needed is much more fluid.
Okay. Is there any further feedback?
Will we be having any further discussion at second read, or will that just be strictly to the vote?
There'll be discussion as well.
Okay.
that would be the July 21st.
No, this would be the June 23rd.
Oh, we have another one of these.
We do.
Oh, you're so excited.
Thanks.
Is the agenda gonna be displayed?
We'll find out.
I'm just, if I could,
Yes.
if I may, I'm of the opposite camp. I feel like too much overreach is too much overreach. And I feel like this is something that the parents should really be implementing and setting rules and boundaries for their students when they come to school. I do understand the concern, and generally I'm happy with this first reading of it, but I am not of the camp of a total ban.
So, with direction to update that last phrase, to remove the at least once every 5 years, keep it to the board shall review and update as necessary, or wordsmithing that. I'd like to move that we receive the first reading. Is there a second?
Second.
Does that mean we accept it or we're not voting for it?
We're
Just the reading.
we're
Moving it.
moving
Yeah,
it on
we're
to
just
the next
moving it.
phase, yes.
So we're still gonna have the documents available for anybody that wants to read. Because I could go
Yes.
through the list right now. I have it on my,
I
I
would
don't wanna go through that.
I would say, get that information to, myself, and I'll, work with our superintendent and
Just a folder open on the right desk.
that one over there, and we'll get it on the agenda.
That one over there. Yeah, no, it's
Our
just, I
superstar.
just wanna have the resources available for people to become educated on what the findings are.
Yes,
Because I think that might change some minds.
and we'll have, again, full discussion the next meeting as well.
And I did meet with a number of the students at the high school, and they were quite amazingly articulate and eloquent. But as we went through the discussion more, and I gave them the same articles to look at, and it was interesting. And I think it would be very interesting for my colleagues here to read those same things.
Thank you.
Because I'd love to hear from the kids of research. Yeah, the kids are.
Is there any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion carried. First reading is done, so now we will go on to consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion. Unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any items under consent a member would like pulled?
I'm asking business services, number 9, accept and award the bid 252601 construction for the sports field projects of Don Julian and Elementary and Edgewood. Can we move that to the next meeting?
We'll pull it now and then we'll decide what to do with it once we're done with consent. Are there any other items a member would like pulled? With the exception of item 2, business services, item 9, accept and award bid 2526001. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as scheduled? Motion by Ms. Stanzioni. Is there a second?
Second by Ms. Rivera.
Andrew, that, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, motion carried. Thank you. Item 2, business services, 9, accept and award bid 25-26-001, construction for the sports field project at Don Julian Elementary and Edgewood Academy. Let me find the recommendation. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the bid from the Nazarene Group to be awarded for the sports field project at Don Julian Elementary and Edgewood Academy as the lowest responsive bidder. We'll begin with discussion. Ms. Flores?
So, I'm looking at this and I just want to make sure that the understanding that we had from jump of how this was all gonna look is exactly what we're getting for that piece. Because I know as I seem to be made aware of the change at Don Julian, that I had an understanding of how this was going to be. And it appears that that's not what it's gonna be. So, and also, yeah, I'm not questioning, I just want to make sure that we know, and given what we've been going through, we want to make sure we have all I's dotted and all T's crossed. Before we get into something and we don't have any quote unquote surprises. Oh, this is an added thing. This is gonna be an added thing, you know,
Is there anything specific that you could put in here?
yeah. No, just basically to see it all.
Like the entire scope, you mean?
Yeah.
Is it that much different than it was?
You said that,
I'm
that
looking.
something was different.
Yeah, so, okay, at Don Julian, I knew that the field was gonna be smaller because of the solar panels.
Okay.
So it's not gonna be necessarily CIF, but it's the area where the basketball courts are.
Right.
There was supposed to be more coverage there, but it appears that it's only gonna go up to a certain point in there. And I just want to make sure that, is that what we originally had said?
Is it smaller?
It's gonna be smaller, it's less.
Smaller than what we thought it was gonna be?
Because
Because we knew it was smaller. We knew it wasn't CIF.
That's what I'm understanding. So I just want to make sure that we're good. I mean, is it gonna make that much of a difference to wait till the 23rd?
Yes, Ms. Ibarra?
But yes, it will make a difference because currently we're working with the schedule. The plan is that we would like to get everything already going so that when we come back in August for the new school year, everything is already settled and we know what is the plan in terms of parking, all the area that we need to ensure that it has been blocked so that the students cannot go through the construction. But in regards to answer to your question, if anything has been changed, nothing has been changed. It's the same proposal that Dr. Alvarez worked with Cummings, the architect. Those are the same plans. If whatever was submitted to DSA for approval, that the district has not done any edits to those plans. Everything continues to remain the same. The only delay that we had when DSA was not approving the project, it was because of the solar panels and the bleachers. That was the only delay that we have for this plan.
But we kind of respectfully, we kind of knew that it jumped because I remember hearing that this field was going to be smaller than Edgewood because of the solar panel. So that was way ahead. And if I'm not mistaken, the original plan was that the field they would have been completed by summer. So, but we're now starting barely in August for this.
Correct.
Groundbreaking was supposed to have happened last
That is
December.
correct.
So,
that is correct. That's Don Julian in comparison to Edgewood, the field is going to be smaller in size.
Yeah, that we knew.
And then the reason why we couldn't start with this project in the summer is because Don Julian DSA was not approving the plan without the district doing those modifications, the architect doing those modifications for safety reasons for the bleachers and the solar panels. It took since already, yes, it was supposed to be start in summer of this year, but it took us a few months to get it approved. And now that we have it approved, we could not also issue the bid without having DSA approval because we have to make available all the requirements to the construction, to the bidders, so that they know exactly what they are gonna be required in terms of construction. We needed it to wait for DSA to have everything approved so that we can have the plans available for the construction companies that they can bid. And as soon as DSA approved the project, we started mobilizing with advertising the bid. We did it as quick as we could. And right now the plan is that we would like to mobilize and start the project, get it going so that we can have everything ready in place for the return of the students and staff for before 26-27 school year.
I'm sorry, so you're saying that if we start now, we'll have it all done by August?
No,
Just okay.
yes, the plan there.
Okay, so that was Don Julian's delay. What was Edgewood's delay?
So at Edgewood, the delay was that when we did receive the bids and the price that we received just just for the Edgewood, one was $10 million.
Oh my.
And then we, after receiving that cost, we analyzed what is the project, what are the options that we have available, and in doing an analysis, we came to the conclusion that it was not as tentative to have more competition because it was just that one site. So by having the two projects together, it would be more beneficial for in terms of cost. And then this shows that, yes, now we have more competition. That was the reason why we decided to wait for Edgewood, because of that bid cost that we received the first time. We did have our questions about if that was the best bid that the district was going to receive. And then we decided to wait for DSA approval for Don Julian and go out again and bid now with two projects. One bid, but two projects together.
So what we're saying is.
And then the timeline, right now, what we are projecting, the completion of the project, it would be by the end of 2027.
December of 27.
Correct.
I'm wondering if to satisfy your query, if I know initially before we did consent calendar, you suggested to push it off to next meeting. Would it be preferable if there was a presentation on, I guess, the entire scope of what is the timeline, the everything, so that way there's like a better understanding of the entirety?
That would be.
But she just said it will delay it more if we wait till.
June, 2 weeks.
Well,
So
it
that
will
they can
be delayed
present.
to, yes, it will be delayed only those 2 weeks.
But they would be able to come on the 23rd and do a full presentation.
No, that would come from her. You're asking her to do it. The presentation.
Would you like Cummings to do the presentation?
Cummings is the project manager,
Yes, he's
correct?
the project manager. Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I would presume it would have been Cummings, not
Yeah.
your office.
Oh.
No, I wouldn't have asked you to do it, no.
No, it will be
No,
Cummings, yes. Mhm. No, absolutely, it will be Cummings who will do the
I
presentation.
would like it, but if you all feel
But
that's okay.
just
move
with
forward, then-
just to clarify, if Cummings comes in and do the presentation, and then the district would like to change something, it's a completely new project.
And it has to go through DSA again.
It will be a completely new project.
Yeah. And I don't think the point, because we had received a presentation before on the scope. I think that was a time where we did get feedback on doing lights and the bleachers and the facility. I think that time has passed. From my understanding, you just want
Correct.
an overview of what it is.
Just tell me, I don't think necessarily to change anything, just so we're all on same boat with all on the same page with the final outcome. This is what we're gonna get, and there's no surprises type thing.
And then just to give us peace of mind, we did added an allowance to the project, and they cannot go over that allowance.
You gave
So-
it 2 million?
Correct. And then we're not good, we know, we were very clear, no change orders are allowed. No change orders are allowed. This is a hard bid price. This is the hard cost. And the allowance, in my experience in working with coming to finalize that aquatic center, they came under the allowance. The allowance wasn't fully used. And that would be the goal for this one. When the contractor is submitting a change order, even though we have up to $2 million in allowance, we still go through the approval process. And we do report to the board that out of the allowance, this is how much is being used. We will be reporting to Board of Education. We won't be asking for approval because tonight, if you approve it, you already approved that expenditure. However, we will report out to the public how much out of the allowance is being utilized, if that was to be the case. But in my experience, as we close the aquatic center, the project manager Cummings, they did a good job in ensuring that when the contractor was submitting any change order, we did question, what is this for? Why? And we did not utilize the full allowance for the aquatic center, and that will be the same goal for this.
Yes, Flores, did you still, would you like to make your motion to table at this time?
Well, my motion to table is merely to see the presentation.
I understand.
So, I mean, I'm not changing anything, not looking at anything, but again, given what we've been through in these last couple of things, I just want to make sure we have no surprises. In other words, we know what we're getting. And the changes that we have suggested have been incorporated into this bid. I think as I went through this whole thing, I didn't see any pictures.
What, can I
But I
suggest?
will-
Can I suggest something? We can definitely do the presentation. But just with the understanding that when we do the presentation is.
You cannot ask for changes.
Correct.
But no, I
Yeah.
definitely agree with that. There won't be any changes.
Yeah, we can do that. As a matter of fact, I think
This is one of the first things I saw, the presentation.
Ms. Stanzioni?
Can we accept the bid and have the presentation after that, or would you rather have the presentation before we vote on?
Are you
on
all
the bid?
comfortable? At the end of the day, can we see a presentation? That's all I want.
Yes, we can have the presentation.
If you are all comfortable accepting this, but I still want a presentation.
Yeah.
Based on what they did.
Yes.
Okay.
That's perfect.
I'd rather have the presentation before. That's just me in terms of having 14 million spent. And I 1000% know due diligence has been approached with this project, but ultimately as a board member, yes, we haven't talked about this in some while. There's been a lot of other things that we've engaged in the last couple of months. And I've arrived to this board meeting very well versed with these documents, but not necessarily how all documents we've approved up to this point coincide together. And because of that, I can appreciate a delay of 2 weeks, but I appreciate more spending $14 million on something at this time I can't fully understand.
Okay.
And that's a bit concerning.
Presentation first, vote after.
So is that a motion to table?
Motion to table
To table it.
23rd.
To the 23rd for presentation and approve.
Correct. With no adjustments or revisions or
adjustments.
absolutely anything, you can't do that
Just
as a
want to know
board.
what 14 million is paying, actually 16 possibly. What 14 million is paying.
Ms. Flores, is there
Second.
okay, is there a second, Stanzioni? It would just formally be a motion to table. We know it's locked in, but it's just a motion to table, okay. Any discussion on the motion to table further? Roll call vote?
Aye.
Yes, aye.
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 Aye, perfect. Motion carries. We'll move on to adjournment. The next regular board meeting is June 23rd, 2026. Adjourn the regular board meeting of June 9th, 2026. At this time, I would like to move that the board stand adjourned in memory of alumni Judy Mason.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Stanzioni. Roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, we stand adjourned in honor and memory of Judy Mason at 9:52 PM. Thank you, Bassett.
She was also an employee.